Alright, cool. What's up, guys? So I'm trying to pump your shitty Weight Watchers stock. Do they even have a stock? Do you know if you read Pickle specs, you can make money? Who knew? There's the gap filled. Was Trump losing the election in Canada last night? Bearish? Makes sense. Kind of rejected off of GM there. Resistance at 30. Not a ton. So we bounced off 55, 22, 50 in the S. 55, 22, I guess. Resistance here. I think we could pump any more. Well, there's a bit of resistance here. But yeah. Fuck was that? Okay. Fuck the resistance. Nice. JOLTS leak. I know what it is. Okay. Weird. Get better fucking headphones. I don't know what to tell you. Why does the downside look too good to be true? Probably is.
Hotkeys. That's much better. Hmm. I just don't. What? Dude, I have Class A headphones. I don't know what that means, but congratulations.
D2H put their pickle in my jar, member, when I asked you about Weight Watchers, Greg. Calls on fat people, look at it now. 5.
Hmm. Still kind of bullish consolidation. There's a gap back at 55.19 on SPX. It's not filled yet. Mm. Some fucking wild price action. NQ's holding over 19.5. ES just a bit over 55.50. So we get support at VWAP here. Bit of a failed breakout. One minute till JOLTS. Actual 7.12. The 7.5 forecast. 7.192. The 7.5 forecast. Consumer confidence 86 versus a forecast 88, previous 92. Ew. China waived 125% tariffs on US ethane. This morning at 9:50. I'm not sure it's bullish. I wonder how Fed fund futures are reacting. Not a very significant change. So far, this hasn't been a great day for straddles. I got out with like 5% on my puts in the pre-market, and then I still need to close the call side. It's a decent number of calls coming into the upside right now, out to like 55.50. Bulls have gamma neutral. Getting out above 30 is a big help. There's a synthetic long there. The data is not good from a late. I mean, I don't know. JOLTS, I don't really consider JOLTS to be all that important. But, I mean, obviously it came in way below estimates. Job quits were significantly higher, which actually probably does matter. The effect of that on Fed fund futures seems to be minimal at best. So, but the market's expectation is that it would drive the Fed closer to a cut, which I'm not really sure is a great thing, but people at least assume it is. Too much bad labor data, and you're looking at a recession. How much does options chain positioning impact overnight moves? If the MM goes sleepy time, I mean, they don't. They still hedge. They still hedge like on ES relative to their SPX exposure. But there's the pump. Probably resistance at 50 to the upside. Ooh, I can close my calls. Yes. I fucking love that shit. I wish this made sense. It does. Bullish gamma stacked to the upside. The macro data. I mean, it's JOLTS. It fucking doesn't matter anyway. Quick 300 on that move. Thanks, Gherkin. No problem, man. There's still interest out at 50. More calls coming into the upside of 50 out to 75, 80. This one should be call. So could you repeat about the stacked gamma? I got an ad right as you discussed why it made sense. Bulls were positioned pretty heavily to the upside today, and they got gamma neutral prior to the JOLTS report, so it made sense that they would try to push up into the rest of their positioning. Profit taking, I don't know. There's a lot of out of the money calls here. I would say it's only really a concern if we lose gamma neutral to the downside again, or the delta flip. Not 56.50, but there's interest out to like 55, 75, 80. Pickle's Picks analysis has been really consistent the past few months, even more so than before. Thanks, man. Yeah, more data, it helps. Looks like you have a storm of V-wasps above your head. I think it's just like darker in my office today, so the fucking green screen's messing up. That might help. Uh, no. You piece of shit. That's not fucking working at all. Thanks. All right. That works. What's driving this downside? Profit taking. Again, it doesn't matter unless we lose gamma neutral again. As long as we find support at 55.30, things stay bullish. It's not no jobs. It's not what the JOLTS report is. That's the problem with the JOLTS report. Yeah, Gamma Strike is fucking nasty. Thanks, Nick. I know it's pretty dope. Me and Squishy were up till like midnight last night working on some design stuff. So that should be pretty cool. Had a rough few trading days. Made it a point to read all of your Pickles picks today. Made a trade this morning. Got out with a quick 10%. Thank you again. Nice, man. Well done. We're likely to see 5,500. I really didn't think it was that much of a stretch, but my put got really sad really fast. This is why I use stop losses, Maeve. Based on your write-up, I was able to buy calls since we opened above 5,000. Took profit before JOLTS. Up a quick 500 on the day. Nice. Deciding whether or not to get your data platform or not, would you be open to discussing your decision making on the next position you take and what you use in your data to inform the trade? Yeah, I could. I mean, if I take a position here, I'm not sure I will. I will say that if 55.30 is lost, I'm probably going to grab a put because gamma falls off pretty sharply to the downside and IV picks up, both of which can be seen here. Also, we have gamma neutral on the weekly options chain, which is a fairly big trigger. And so, yeah, I would say like a loss of 55.28 probably, and I'm probably going to enter a short position on ES. Ride that down as far as it drops. Obviously, rejecting off of the resistance at 40 is not ideal on the bounce. There's the 28 test, so probably enter a put here, and then see if this slides a little bit more. Put a stop at 55.32. Yeah, so you can fall off of this gamma to the downside to about 55.15, 55.10, maybe even 55.05 before it runs into any real downside support, which would be roughly where roughly where the delta gamma flip are, 55.04, 5500. Stopped out. So bull's defending gamma neutral. Re-enter. Let's see. Break about 33. spot puts came in 35, 40. I think I go long here. It's pretty aggressive put buying. Calls aren't really selling off though. Just puts bought at 35, 40. Couple out of the money, 25, 20. There's also a gap at 32 here. Let's get the straddle. Ooh, more puts being bought. Oh, there goes 28. Bulls actually got fucking wrecked on this. 20 is the last line of support. And then gamma dips negative under here down to 55.05. That was a lot of calls that got burned. Bounce. Hold on. They still have to lose 20. There's still a gap at 32 up here. Do you think comments directed at Amazon are affecting sentiment market wide, or is Amazon weighted heavily enough that a 2% drop rocks the whole market? It's weighted heavily, it's not that heavy. Yeah, I know, so far so good. And India and Pakistan aren't starting a nuclear war yet. That's the most honest request for a ghost I've ever seen. We'll defend 5550, yes. No. They did not. I would say the effect from sentiment's probably worse than the actual effect on Amazon. This is kind of the next step down. So if we slip 18, probably back to 5,500. Losing it already. Big positional shift too. It was insane how quickly all those calls were bought after JOLTS and how quickly they took profits. But the out of the money shit must have gotten destroyed. Bezos and Trump aren't friends anymore. Peep 70 and 90. Wait, what? You talking about the sold calls? Those used to be bought. Amazon was like, hey, we're going to display how much tariffs are adding to the cost of items. And Trump called that hostile and political. Yeah, because he doesn't want people to understand the effect of tariffs on their monthly budget. It's okay. There was like some like Democrat governor who was calling for protests against the current administration. And all the fucking Republican snowflakes were like, oh my god, he's trying to incite civil war. Help. Just calling for people to do, you know, that constitutionally protected thing that they're allowed to do. Country Kirk sounds hot. Civil War II gonna be lit. Is it? Gap at 55.15 and 55.32 now. Still sliding. Gamma's getting more negative to the downside too. Some support at 55.05. Not much. We should use the GS Sovereign Wealth Fund to buy the Penguin Tariff Island. Are we going to use it for smuggling tariffed goods into the US? That was my Tennessee accent. Thanks for noticing, Ivad. $55.15 gap filled. Alright, close my put here, I think. You bitch. Stop moving. There we go. Wrong. Wrong, Pippi. He didn't say anything illegal. You're a little bitch. It wasn't borderline. What are you guys so scared of? Don't you have all the guns? That's what they're for, right? What's the hypocrisy? Bringing people with pipe bombs and zip ties into Congress is not the same. Did he say hang Mike Pence? No. It's almost like as a leader, you're held accountable for the actions of your followers. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was a peaceful noose. Does that make you responsible for Kendra's words and actions? I haven't banned him. Then what are you bitching about with your little borderline comment? I didn't say that Trump incited violence. Decent chance Bull's not going to let their out of the money calls die. They closed a lot of them already. Any positioning updates you could give? There's a bit of profit taking on the puts. Right around the time I said I was going to take profit on my puts. Doesn't look like very many calls being bought to the upside here, though. So maybe just a bounce back on the profit taking. Let's see if we're able to get over 25.30. We might just get rejected on gamma neutral here. Bulls have a solid chance for 55.65. They did earlier. After the rejection, a little bit less so. We'll see if calls come back in. Incitement's really difficult to prove anyway. Even if a grand jury found that there was cause to charge him with incitement, it's very, very difficult to prove. Incitement has to cause imminent violent action. But it's close. He was very close. Trump was like a jury would probably have to decide. Ooh, back above GN. Still no call buying. I think most of this is just profit taking on puts. A little bit of calls bought at 45.55, but also puts coming into the downside. So puts being bought 35.30, 25.20. Some puts being bought at 40. A little bit of resistance at 40. I mean, he's not guilty unless he's convicted in a court of law. That's how the legal system works. He's guilty of a lot of other shit that he was convicted of, but he's not guilty of that because he was not convicted of it. Whether or not the prosecutor decided to pursue the case has nothing to do with him being guilty. It's not semantics. We had set keyword statements to use which wouldn't arouse liberal or press suspicions on how we could toe the line, pressing anger in the base. If that doesn't make one disillusioned, well, they should have been faster to convict then. That's just that's a failing of the DOJ. Head and shoulders on the 5 minute going back to yesterday or nah? A little bit. Yeah, we have some room to the upside still. Like another retest at 40. Let me see how out of the money calls look right now. Calls still building out to 55. More coming in. And the weird part is the 30, 25, 20 puts haven't closed. I would say if we reject here back below gamma neutral, that might be like a confirmation of the head and shoulders, but I would be careful. Gamma's positive here. Head and shoulders have a tendency to break up when that happens. And bulls are like really aggressively rebuying calls, which is, I mean, the positioning today is just kind of weird anyway. Like every uptick and bulls are like, let's go. Not a lot of caution. ES volume a little high. Might be a rescue. Maybe. Also, hard to interpret jobs data. Given the way analysts expectations are positioned for all the data this week, someone's like, I think in almost every scenario, someone's getting fucked. Ooh, Dallas Fed's nasty. Service revenues index did pretty well. But the services index did not. Weakest since October of 23. Signaling further deterioration in business conditions. Labor market indicators pointed to weakening employment. Part-time employment index slipping. Company outlook index falling to a 34-month low. An outlook uncertainty moving up 13 points to 40.5, the highest since mid 2022. Price pressure is intensified, and selling prices index rose to 8.4, and input prices climbed 32.5 to 27.0. Ooh, this doesn't look good for ISM reports, manufacturing or services. Actually, none of the Fed regional reports have been very good. CSPs on Wolf look so juicy right now, but I know I'll regret it if I enter. Maybe. Do you want to own Wolf? I mean, that's probably the first question you should be asking yourself. I mean, I've listened to Trump's speech from that day a couple times, and it really, I mean, in a court of law, it really depends where you stop his speech. And then that's why I said it'd be up to a jury ultimately to decide guilt for incitement. Like the first half of his speech, incitement. The second half of the speech, trying to claw that back. So that's not a factor, Maeve. Doesn't the result, the actual incitement, count towards his intentions? No. That has nothing to do with the charge of incitement. Incitement's not even a crime under the First Amendment unless it meets very specific criteria, and there's probably a lot of leeway given by the Supreme Court for leaders anyway, like political leaders. Can you pull an Amazon and break out a pigeon whale fee for the next 20K bagger I make? When Delta neutral? We're still a ways away from it. Also, DN moved up last night, which isn't super bullish. Our 3-year anniversary is coming up. I got you a long Furby. What did you get me? Ew, gross. Again, then how was Pritzker rhetoric borderline? It wasn't. Poopy's just being a cunt waffle. Yeah, the first half of his speech was very clear cut incitement. The second half of it was trying to pull that back after he realized what he'd said in the moment. Which is like, we're gonna march on the Capitol, but wait, hold on, peacefully. If GDP comes in as you predict, would the market see that as bullish or bearish? Well, it means the Fed's not going to cut, which is going to have an impact on yields and margin and leverage. So the mechanical effect of positive or above trend GDP would not necessarily be bullish. But on the sentiment side of the things, it might encourage more of, more support in the current range. It doesn't necessarily mean up, just less likely to go down. Or at least down hard. This is an interesting position. More puts are being bought to the downside here. Failed 40 on the second test. Need to get back below 30. Yeah, 30 still support though. Some put demand at 30 and 20. Interesting. Are there any speeches today? Basant tonight, right? Lutnick at 2. Trump tonight. Basant was this morning. I see one scheduled for 8:30 p.m. tonight from Basant. Is that? Oh, that was the. No, sorry, it was 8:30 this morning. My bad. Yeah. Trump speaks in Michigan at 4:10, but that's after market close. Lutnick at 2 p.m. on CNBC. Okay. Can Lutnick say anything important? He's a fucking moron. Is that the actual Donald Trump? One of us. Ooh, we broke the CTA level. That seems significant. Where does the upside gap fill? $56, $70, $98. Hmm. Interesting. Rescue mission? I feel like there's no way to tell unless those calls go in the money, which they haven't yet. There's resistance here. It's not a hard wall. So far, all the pushes above the CTA level have failed. So we'll see what happens here, including the one earlier. SPX chat is a cesspool. Tell mods to get their shit together. What's going on? Could you guys talk about the fucking market? Rejecting a 55.50 like yesterday. What did we get to yesterday? 55.53? Possibly. My only problem with that is like the 50 and 55 calls still aren't really closing substantially. There's a lot of downside puts still. Bot puts. Which is also kind of interesting that those are hanging on. Some puts coming in at 30, 25. Bot puts at 45. Calls out at 55, 60. In the money calls being bought still. 40 and 35. Hmm. Well, the CTA level 5565, yeah. The short term one. It's 5565 ES, not 5565 SPX. We need a rescue for the pins I bought at the bottom. We'll see. This isn't really fizzling out yet. It's the positioning coming in is pretty mixed. Like in the money calls, out of in the money puts. Not a lot going on at spot. Probably need to lose 30. Actually, you know, maybe even losing 40 here would be enough. Straddles and Vic's a bad idea. It usually doesn't move enough. It's not terrible, but you need a really big move one way or the other. Where are people arguing about COVID? Fucking options volumes today are crazy. If you can break above 50, does that open up a DN test? Yeah. Surprisingly high. It's a decent amount of out of the money call profit taking on this second leg down. They just closed calls at 45, 50, 55, and 60. Some of the in the money calls at 35 and 30 closed, and puts are being bought at 40, 35, 30, 10, and 05. So it's possible that this starts to slip a little. Losing 40 is kind of a big deal here, but there's still a little tiny bit of support down at 30. Rescue! Alright, next person to bring up anything political in the fucking chat during market hours that isn't directly related to a market event, I'm timing you out for a week. Starting now. We have to talk about politics. They directly impact the market. But they only need to be talked about within that context. I don't care about anybody's fucking viewpoints. Shove them up your ass. I didn't misquote you on January 6th. I didn't quote you at all. So we're going to short companies in 60 to 90 days because of empty ports. None of the ports are empty. We went over this yesterday. I don't know why people think that. Just because there was a fucking picture on Reddit of an empty port does not mean ports are empty. Trade with China has declined rapidly, but the port of Seattle, which was the one in that picture, yesterday had 84 fucking cargo ships waiting to dock. Shockingly, they don't sit all within the bay. They wait out at sea until they're allowed in. Like a line or a queue, if you're British. No worries, Thundersplash. But Gherkin, that doesn't generate clicks. I know. This is still bullish consolidation, technically. And we have not failed 30. We don't really fail 40 entirely either. I'm feeling it was manufactured content. My port is empty. Well, that's a personal problem. You're saying it like we aren't all cargo ship captains. Mr. Little Pickle got it in within the window. No, we didn't. Check the timestamps. He posted it at 11:13, which is when I said starting now. After, which was immediately after you were railing on about hegemony. Just admit you love Mr. Little Pickle. He's a pigeon whale. Of course I do. Yeah, the bullish consolidation broke down. This is a little more fun. Maybe Cornub's Piddle print. It's not 12 hours left till market close. I'm glad you care so much about the law all of a sudden, Bob. It's really cute. Martin Shkreli talked about Gamma Strike on his stream. Really? Why? God damn it. Yeah, pack it up. We're done. Well, what did he say? First off, why are you watching Martin's stream? We'll leave that question for later. I'm scrubbing the stream. He doesn't know how Gamma works. Yeah, it makes sense. What do you think about Martin? He's a criminal. Smart guy, super shady. How dare you call me a criminal? What do you think about me, shithead? He's got a wife and kid now? Really? I didn't know he was capable of feeling emotion. Hostages? Just make Poopy a model ready. It's the ultimate troll and transfers all of his happiness to yourself. You know you want to. I don't want his happiness. His happiness is weird and perverse. Ooh, 30 test. That's nice. Yes, retesting VWAP here. I wouldn't short Netflix. Everyone just keeps paying it. Me too. I don't even watch it. I haven't watched anything on it in like 6 months. Still pay for it every month. It's like taxes. You all do it. Death Netflix, yeah. Do you have to? We were living Netflix ages ago. Just do it. But what if I want to watch something on there? I don't want to go through the sign up process again. April's Autism Acceptance Month. That worked out well. Is that why we started a list? I already have Gamma Strike. The net charm in the Greeks by Strike dashboard reads differently than the full Greeks by Strike window. You're talking about the live data? Is that a bot? Which one? I'll send you some screenshots on the Discord. Oh, interesting. That's weird. Okay, hold on. I'll send that over to Bugs. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, if the bounce off 30 fizzles, then we can go down more. Right now, things are a little bit weighted to the 40-45 move. But there's bot puts at 40, 30, 25 right now. There's a lot of out of the money movement on positioning. Also, a lot of puts being sold at 50. So this might be profit taking bounce on bot puts at the 50 strike. Doesn't seem to be being driven by calls yet, but they're picking up. Yeah, this test is pretty important for continuation. Probably like 42. Or 40, 44 technical, 42 on the options chain. So just shitloads of sold calls at 70 and 90. The gap's filled. Well, now it is. There's a downside gap now at 36. Right here. Alright, that's the 42 test. See if this pulls back at all. Projection. Still bought puts at 30 and 25. Looks like the 50, 55, 60 closed. Some of the 40 and 35 calls closed. 45 calls didn't bail entirely.
Slumpkin Bumpkin put their pickle in my jar
But
when
most
they
of
say
them
supply
closed.
shock from lack of containers shipped from China. Do you believe China will remove their tariffs after US bluffed? Cheers.
35 puts are
5.
in the money now. 30 puts. Oops, sorry. Delta flips at 21. Gamma neutrals 27. Yeah, still want to get a confirm on the loss of gamma neutral. But it could get ugly under there. It's a decent amount of negative gamma down to like 55.10, and then maybe a little support around 5500, 5505. There's the 30 test. Yes, pushing down into VWAP again. Nice. God, I fucking love gamma neutral. Oh, fun short. Like still kind of a weaker bounce off of VWAP here. It's lower volume. A bounce off GM was money. Amazing stuff. It's pretty fucking cool. Slumkin Bumpkin, when will you see a supply shock from lack of container ship from China? Do you believe China will remove their tariffs after the US bluffed? Cheers. No, I don't think China has any reason to back down whatsoever. Maybe in a few select industries and stuff. I know they pulled back some of their tariffs on ethane, but they need that for petrochemical production. So I think outside of essential goods, they're probably going to keep their tariffs in place until some sort of trade deal or negotiation occurs. As far as supply shocks go, we're probably already experiencing some of them on items that are currently in demand. But over the next like 3 months, it will get worse. Much worse. Almost the entirety of our manufacturing base is completely reliant on Chinese input. So it's gonna be rough. Like the idea is somehow we're gonna bring manufacturing here, but we don't really manufacture most of those things. Why is none of this priced in yet? Because last week, if you don't remember, Trump pulled back his hardline rhetoric on China and flipped to a more dovish script. Although that's not yielded anything, the market will want to see results, not talk. It also doesn't help that, every time Basant or Trump come out and say they're making progress on deals with China, China simultaneously comes out and says there's no trade negotiations going on at all. So, I mean, I think mechanically we're seeing a lot of dispersion come in heading into like the big tech earnings this week. But after those are passed, those MMs are going to be quite long, those underlying equities, and may not want to continue to hold those positions. So I would say that after this week's earnings, there's a very good chance that we see volatility climb back up again. No, dovish was just the right word to say there. It didn't hurt at all. I'm indifferent. I mean, the tariffs are at the point now with China where they're just an embargo, and so yes, they will do things, and not just to people of lower income. What's make believe? Besides almost everything that you say or espouse. I mean, I just think he's a clown. So fucking, I don't really harbor any resentment about that. One sec. the fuck is going on? Hmm. Weird. I'm on with my camera, not with the market. Somebody bought an assload of 5570 calls back. 2,500 of them. Still like another 2,000 sold at that strike, but a bunch of them closed out on the bounce. Was Lutnet talking already? Putin's demanding 4 regions of Ukraine, which it doesn't currently control. Adjustments to auto tariffs are aimed at allowing domestic automakers time to grow U.S. plants and employment. Executive orders grow out a detailed conversation with domestic car manufacturers. Manufacturers of U.S. built autos will get 15% offset for the value of those vehicles against parts imports. This will help domestic car makers to move supply chains to the U.S. All cars that are finished in the U.S. have 85% domestic content will have no tariffs. That's not bullish. I think that's realistic. The current domestic content of the average Chevy vehicle is between 39 to 50%. It's a big spread. Are Teslas even that high? Teslas are at about 82 to 87%. But that's counting Canadian parts. I bet they'll walk it back and say USMCA is included in the calc. Yeah, they'll have to. Because if you count the Canadian parts and Canadian parts via China, you're at like only 30% of the car being manufactured in the US. Or I'm sorry, 70% of the car. And that's Teslas are the most like American manufactured auto. And they're still only 70%. Yeah, that seems like bullshit. Every American manufacturer besides Tesla is way under the bar. Ford and Honda are at the top, and only a couple of their models. Honda is the next. I think Honda is the next most American manufactured vehicle. Toyota till I die. Yeah, so I fucking love Toyotas. Who the fuck is gonna buy Toyota out? Tell me it's SoftBank. Oh my god. Toyota trucks are pretty American. Oh wait, never mind. They're made in Mexico now. Inflation keeps going up, but people want shit to cost the same amount of money. I don't know. You're definitely not gonna get it paying fucking United Auto workers fucking $40 an hour for some dipshit to stick a button on a dashboard. Yeah, Priuses are really good for low maintenance. All the Toyota hybrids have really low maintenance requirements. Toyota Industries getting bought out by Toyota Motor Company. Oh, okay. Ooh, that might be a nice dip. It depends. Are we talking about Teslas? Because the maintenance on Teslas is exorbitant and frequent. Other EVs, sure. If you were Fed chair, how would you fix the inflation issue? Oh, I would just jack up rates and force businesses to compete with each other. Destroy wealth. It's a good way of doing it. Daily random federal fund rate generator. Yep. It's a much better way of controlling the banks, honestly. Like, I'm not even kidding. I know it sounds extreme, but legislating against the banks doesn't keep them from speculating because they just buy the next round of congressmen off and pass through the legislation that they want. So you just have the Fed do it. All the rich people will cry about how the market's too volatile and they can't trust their investments. And then the other, like, 90% of Americans who've never owned a stock in their entire life will be just fine. Tonight's RRP rate, 154%. I'd set a range. I'm not a monster. Like somewhere between -1 and 15. But you can't do 100% rates and then during like a treasury action. I mean, you could, but you destroy the country's economy. That'd be the fastest fucking 3-month auction ever. Ah, god damn it. What the fuck is going on with my green screen today? Fucking stupid shit. Too dark in your room? I think it's just like there's a lot of sun, but it's really cloudy. And so it keeps getting darker and brighter in here. I don't drive a Prius. Gross. I did used to own one though. It was great. What'd you buy for your mom, Lexus? No. 2010 Nissan Versa thing was awesome. Mm. That's a Toyota, I know. Hey, it's me, your other mom. What do you drive? A car. How could you get confused by that? It's clearly a typo. Heading back down to the gap at 33. Does it look more bearish this time? Another test of VWAP on ES here is not a positive. Puts growing to the downside. Looks like the rest of those calls closing at 55.70 is about over with. And a bunch of puts opening up to the downside between 54.90, 54.55. That's actually probably buy to close on those. Yeah. So bulls closing their out of the money puts a little bit here. What's that doing to vol? It's going up a little. Still under 25. I don't like this VIX under 25 bullshit. ESV WAPs at 55.53. I need lunch. I'm gonna get some lunch. This is boring. I bought a put. Let's see what happens when I come back. Oh. Yep, I'll be back. Hmm. Bulls can't let it reject here. I mean, they can. As long as they can continue to get support above 30. Fuck is that? Is that a Chevy? There's support at 40 and 30. Not much more at 30 anymore, but 40 still. Uh, One sec. Lutnick's supposed to speak at 2. Trump's supposed to speak after market close. Trump signing 3 orders today on auto manufacturing, setting unachievable goals for the auto industry over the next couple of years. 4. How long does it take to get an fully working automotive plant up and running? It's got to be like 3 to 5 years. More with damaged supply lines. BMW went to Greenville, planning to finish 7 to 10 years. That sounds about right. Was that interrupted by COVID? Ford's closer to the goal. Chevy isn't. Chevy would get hit hard. Stellantis. Toyota. That was in the 90s? Oh, okay. Yeah, with supply lines being rearranged, it could take a while. Being above GM below GM on the weekly is a weird dynamic on SPX. Yeah. Well, we're below gamma neutral on the monthly also. So we're below GN, DN, weekly, monthly. Above DN, GN, monthly, weekly. Stellantis can burn. I don't disagree with you. I don't think there's a single US auto manufacturer whose vehicle I would actually fucking buy. I feel like we've had a pretty consistent direction for the entirety of the day. It's just very choppy. You were a Renault guy? No. I fucking hate Audis. The electric gremlins drive me insane. Honda, Toyota, maybe Subaru if you're in the north. Honda's pretty close to meeting the requirements. I think Lutnick's talked them off the, or Bessent's talked them off the cliff for now. Like fund swaps on Japan have moved from like 30 points of rate hikes to 18 for the year. A month ago they were full on ready to hike in May, and then last week they started changing their tune. Japan doesn't care though. I mean, they benefit from the carry collapsing. They benefit from the carry staying in place. They don't want to lose their political capital with the US, but that's the only thing that they'll try to avoid. That's why Gherkin owns a BMW Isetta. Like Steve Urkel. I say. So obscure. I haven't seen the 2026 Carnegie yet. Is that a thing? I probably wouldn't buy a Volkswagen anyway, but... It's at 55.43. Support. My grandfather? Great-grandfather owned a Carnegie? Great-grandfather. Looks like a fucking Porsche. The design's cool. I probably still would just buy a Porsche. See, I hate the 944. Really? Why? Is it gonna be a front-mounted engine? Thoughts on SoFi for the long term? Eh. You know, there's real banks that have stock. I know they are. But Volkswagen Group is owned by Porsche, so I owe them 50K. Porsche? Zion's a regional bank. I don't want to look at the VW squeeze chart. Those bulletproof Honda engines that lasted hundreds of thousands of miles, now they last about 80,000 miles before needing a complete rebuild. There's no fucking way that's true. Like the VTEC engines? I'm not a big fan of Mazdas. I don't want a RAV4 or a CV4. What about like a Subaru? I had a Kia. I liked it too. Did they ever fix the fucking problem with them getting stolen all the time? Yeah, they're still using K series engines. When the fuck did they change them? I can see like the higher compression ratio ones having a earlier failure point, but the compression ratios are historically about the same and even lower on the some of the newer models. Mazda quality is improved, but I think they're still owned by Ford, aren't they? Oh, they don't own Mazda anymore. Hmm. No more manufacturing with Ford. Interesting. I don't know. I'd have to look into their. I know the Mazda 3 was pretty good, and like I heard good things about the what is it, Sky Active or whatever. They built some without immobilizers. I've had a couple Kias and Hyundais, and I never really had any problem with them. They were good cars. Better interiors than Toyotas and Hondas. Not as reliable over the long term, but more than reliable enough. RX-8 was a fucking piece of shit. The RX-7 was great. The RX-8 was just garbage. And Wankel engines are cool. What's up, Gilgamesh? What are they bringing back? The RX? The Magic Dorito? Who? The GME people? Yeah, difficult to work on. Yeah, Wankel was the inventor of the rotary engine. They have like a instead of like an up down piston, they use like a it's like a weird shaped triangle like this. And it like rotates around internal gear inside like an oval. And so you have like the intake and the exhaust, and that creates compression here. So you get compression, like compression, ignition, and then exhaust. I know, that's what I was talking about. I was talking about rotary engines. But it was designed by Felix Wankel, so they're also called Wankel engines. It has fewer parts than like a reciprocating piston. Yeah, they have problems. Well, Winkles don't produce a lot of vibration on their own. They're like low vibration. Very low. Almost none. Ooh, my put's back up again. Nice. Shorty lost. Oblivion is at hand. I know, the Delta flip's just at gamma neutral now. I would buy a G-Wagon. Those things are fucking ugly. It's like, oh yeah, I want to go spend $200,000 on a military vehicle that's uncomfortable as fuck. And it looks like a box. Tax write-offs because it's heavy. Look at the old live data. I'm alright. Oh shit. Hmm. Nice. Just got back from lunch. Who killed the market? Bulls. Bulls taking profit. Hey, yes, failed VWAP. Nice. 55.50 is the support level here that's important. I still think GN's important. Maybe not locally, but I think a lot of the positioning for like Friday is around here. You're just jealous of the G-Wagon's incredible aerodynamics and its ultra efficient 14 miles per gallon. No, I'm not. You know what I do like? The Mercedes self-driving. That shit's fucking dope. If you were to buy a cool JDM car, what would it be? I'd buy another 1997 Toyota Supra or a hmm, hmm, a Skyline like R33. Hmm. I wonder if we're gonna fail here. Hmm. Are you an S-class type of guy? Not really. LS 600H. Why the R33? I think that's the only one that they had the 400R on, right? Like the Nismo one. My buddy's engine on his 2023 Super died last week with 40k miles. Jesus. What the fuck did he do to it? That's like a warranty problem, or he fucked it up. I mean, the 32 and 34 are cool too. The 32 I don't like as much. I don't like how it looks. 34 Spectre. That one I don't know so well. I'd have to look it up. I stopped caring about Japanese tuner cars when I was like 24, at the appropriate age to stop caring about them. Greg's opinions are irrelevant because he's 2'8" with a 7-foot wingspan. How old is Dork? 14 or something? The LFA? It's kind of cool. I don't know if I'd buy one. Also kind of hard to get, I think. Really loving this drop. Does this support? Or maybe. Could keep dropping though. Failed GM. $25. Oh, we failed GM. Delta flip was $21.79. VIX is still under 25 here. Seems like we could get a drop all the way back to like 55.36 ES, or even 55.22. No, I don't like minivans. But I also don't need to go anywhere at like 100 miles an hour, so kind of impractical to buy any sports cars. I think when you're in your 20s, like you buy sports cars because like you don't realize you can die. And then in your 40s, you probably buy sports cars because you have a small penis or you're getting old. But buying sports cars in your 30s, it's not a good look. It's just small penis. Retesting VWAP on ES. I want a sports car because I'm turning 40 in October. Makes sense. Micro, thank you very much. No, you realize you could die, but you don't care anymore because now you're old. What did Chucklefuck say this time? Which one? I don't think this sell-off was driven by any kind of, like, news. Fitch came out and said mass deportations will likely increase labor costs in several U.S. sectors. Lutnick said a bunch of shit, but I don't really want to read through it because he's a moron. Apparently, Trump called Bezos and complained, even though Bezos no longer runs Amazon, called him this morning to complain that reports of his company displaying the cost of tariffs next to the prices of certain products on its website. And then Lutnick says, finish your cars in America and you win. I've discussed specific plans with automakers. I'm leaving it to them to announce. Domestic manufacturers estimate they still have 15% non-domestic supply chains and expect that to go down to 10% next year. Lutnick says that it's not a rebate, it's an offset that comes from tariffs already being paid. It will not cost the government any money whatsoever. Sounds like a lie. The U.S. Senate backs Trump's nominee, Perdue, as ambassador to China, but voting continues. 25% of the 25% tariff will stack on top of the MFN rate. Lutnick says parts offset is available only to finished producers making and selling the car. The offset amount will be applied April 3rd, start date of tariffs, and based on production thereafter. USMCA parts will not carry tariffs. There's no change in that approach, which is a given. Although they didn't clarify that earlier. It wasn't clear until a conversation with automakers that even a small amount of tariffs would hold them back from hiring and investment. Automakers told Trump they needed relief to boost hiring plans. There is no third year of relief. 2 years was the agreed upon time to give manufacturers sufficient time to build up their supply chains. Trump signed 3 orders today on auto manufacturing. Levitt said that Trump is confident in the Ukraine minerals deal will be signed. Yep, that's it. Don't be ridiculous, Gary. Hardworking Americans love to work risky, semi-seasonal jobs for substandard pay. Yeah. Trump's beefing with Harvard because they rejected his son's application. He's extraordinarily petty. I'm waiting for Trump to say no more dealerships. That'd be interesting. Auto manufacturers want it. I have met Trump and not run across him in New York City. My mom used to work for one of his publicists. when I was a little kid. Although I don't really remember him very well. I was a small boy, like 4, I think. Are you trading this bullshit? I had puts. So yeah. I might have been on an island. I got all sleepy, and I don't remember much after that. Does your mom like Trump? No, not particularly. When you're analyzing 30, 60, 90-day implied vol, you're looking for contango versus backwardation or something else. Well, they're in backwardation right now, but no. Do you see value in tracking 9-day VIX versus just VIX? I think it's more valuable to track the actual IV on the thing you're trading rather than VIX. VIX is not really a measure of implied volatility. It's the measure of the returns of a 30-day variance swap on SPX. So it's generally not aligned. But knowing the implied volatility and realized volatility of SPX at any given time is important for understanding where incentive lies in the volatility market. I didn't have curly hair. I've posted my baby photos in the Discord before. I was adorable. I don't have curly hair now. Why is it surprising? Thanks, Christian Kramer. No, I have not. Thinking of grabbing a cheeky straddle. Yeah, Ludnick's yet to say anything that the market's listened to. So far, the only people that have really moved the market have been Basant and Trump. Even when news breaks, it usually won't be until Trump says it himself that the market reacts. No problem, Monopoly. Tracking the IV spread between puts and calls useful? Of course. Nobody listens to Nutlick, yeah. Because he's fucking... Have you ever heard him talk? His talking points are fucking delusional. He just thinks everybody's a billionaire. How did we end up with a government full of Nepo babies? It's weird to have the Treasury Secretary in the news so much. Basant's the only person even remotely qualified to do their job in the current administration, and he is trying to do as much damage control as he feasibly can right now. So he is very heavily in the news cycle. I just don't enjoy thinking that there's just wide open arbitrage between puts and calls. I mean, there isn't, right? Technically, but it happens on less liquid chains. On liquid chains, it basically doesn't exist. We eliminated the estate tax? When? Oh, I see what you're saying. Did we eliminate it? I thought there was still like a small estate tax. It's just not as much. Now we have Nepo babies. Should just have 100% estate tax. Like true capitalists. You get nothing. Needed to be ironclad, though. No, cardboard box is not an estate. Well, I mean, it depends. Can you ascribe value to it? Then yes. It'd be really cool if we didn't get a reversal here above gamma neutral. Did you make it ironclad by making it short? The entire law, when you die, all things owned by you or entrusted by you are seized by the state. You probably need to expand on that so you can cover corporate, like corporate ownership and corporate assets and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, probably the shorter the better, but more open to interpretation by the courts. It doesn't matter. It only lasts like one cycle, and then all the rich people would bribe Congress to get rid of it. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, get rid of trusts. You die, you're dead. You leave nothing behind. The state, ooh, what if the state absorbs and then redistributes all your assets at random? The pre-market stuff in the Discord? Yeah, it's in the private channels. Billionaire. I think random is likely to be abused by the state. You just have to pick a random social security number. No name, no information. Just build a system that pops one out, and every time someone dies, a random person gets a thing. Or a bunch of things. Who knows? Like Powerball, yeah. I just bought 10K random social security numbers. That's how I got this Gulf Stream. I still haven't made enough to fill it up. Is there an event contract I could buy for when somebody at one of the press briefings accidentally refers to Lutnick as Nutlick? Possibly. If I get into a press briefing, I'm going to say it. I feel bad for whoever inherits my capital losses. You mean your 20 years of tax write-offs? Sure, someone would be glad to have them. What if my food's ready? 1 second. I'll be right back. What's going on before I go? Not fucking much. A few calls coming in at 35 and 45. Bot puts at 20. Or bot calls at 20. Ooh, and some bot puts just came in at 25. So mixed positioning right now. Probably a little choppy. I'll be right back. That was fun. Bounces are ridiculous. That's when I close my puts or put stops on my puts. And then I get up. I don't know what we're waiting for. Or why bulls are trying so hard to hold these levels. Can we fall now? Sure. There's still no bot puts at 30 and 25, though. So, I mean, I think as long as we don't fall below the delta flip, bulls are just going to keep bouncing this super hard. Got some 5530s at open. I'm just sitting on them. You want them to go more than $20 in the money? I don't think 5550 is impossible. But we tested it earlier. Mm. Somebody just bought a bunch of 5520 puts. Like 1,100 of them. Gamma to the downside would pick up if it were closer to the money. What are sold? What the fuck? I really like Jingles for Jesus. First, the real Donald Trump joins the trash, and now this. I think it's a good time to buy a rental property. No. Are you going to finance it or buy it with cash? Does this mean the shadow ban is over? I think so. Numbers look good even with rates. Factored in repair costs. And unexpected repair costs. How come they get to spam the chat? I'm thinking maybe if I keep the Jesus bot here, I won't go to Guantanamo. Because I could be like, look at my Jesus bot. I love Jesus. Unless the Jesus bot starts saying socialist stuff. It's not the real Jesus. Bank get rates coming down within a year so I can cash flow more. I would factor in into your calculations. I would factor in a 10 to 20% drawdown on your equity. If I were looking to do something similar. Just as something to consider. Especially with the risk in multifamily and commercial property markets. Yeah, margin of safety. And if you can survive that, you're probably not in a bad place. You can always you can always artificially lower your realized rate over the term of the loan by paying down more principal early on. Do you think your father is still alive? Well, I hope not. He was there when I was there when he was buried. No, it wasn't waiting to go long. I just went long when we bounced off of gamma neutral. Just on ES though. Sorry for your loss. I don't know if it was that much of a loss. But thank you. We got support. Some out of the money calls. Actually, I think just sold calls being bought back still at 70 and 80, but there's some calls to the upside here at 60 still. Man, Jesus Bot's really making this place feel culty. What's the point of making a Jesus Bot? I don't want to go to El Salvador for being critical of the government. Jesus Bot came in on his own. I didn't make him. Jesus was a dude. For the guy who made it, to spread the word of Jesus, I assume. Jesus Bot just joined randomly. I guess the shadow ban's going away. Came in on his own like he crossed the border illegally. Oh my god. Do we have to deport Jesus? He didn't speak English either. He was brown. Yeah, very likely. He's trickled down Jesus. What's going on? There's a Jesus Bot. Fuck. Ow. There's two of them? No, that's Death for My Birthday. He's not a Jesus Bot. Jesus propaganda? Yeah. I wonder if we could get like a MAGA bot in here too. We need more hyper-religious followers. They're easier to manipulate. Mm, 37 counterparties take 157 billion at reverse repo. White House Deputy Chief of Staff says we need to have Amazon to make it easier to buy U.S. goods. I didn't know they sold U.S. goods on Amazon. Oop, DN test. Oh, fuck. That's the big one. I should have bought more ES contracts. I'm long one. I mean, it's nice, but still. He also said, we'll take Amazon's statement at face value. We can take heart knowing Amazon rejected that idea. What idea? Domestic auto industry will be happy with that announcement. Why are all of this guy's comments not complete sentences? Canada's PM Carney is to speak with Trump on Tuesday. Hmm. I don't see any announcement from Basant. Lutnick praised TSMC and highly automated auto plants are the future of U.S. labor. Nope, there go the jobs. Did you guys win? I don't see confirmation of Basant saying that anywhere though. I told you guys factories would be free like months ago. That's the only way this works. The government has to subsidize the shift of manufacturing to the US. It's a video of him saying that. From when? He didn't say it today. Seize the means of production? Yeah, how are you enjoying your socialist government, by the way? This morning with Levitt? No one knows what that's gonna look like, though. Are you feeling okay, Burrodactyl? Lutnick's been running his mouth for the last, 2 hours. Left a gap at 50 and 48 to the downside. Listen, I don't know what you're talking about. Pickle Financial is not dissenting. Okay? We have a Jesus bot. Possible for small update about Hertz. Didn't hear something on the weekend stream. There was no update. Just waiting on earnings the 12th of May. FTD data from April. Thanks in advance. Yeah, sure. There's been no update because I haven't looked at the fucking thing since it ran. It's going down. It needs to go down more. It's down 12% today. That's a good start. I sold when it went up. Now you can never have your dildo factory subsidized. False. The entire sex toy industry comes from China. Me, Dork, and J Fresh are simply going to take it over. Until they make masturbation illegal. You monster! Break TN, can we push up to 90? Maybe 80. No, no, there's resistance at 70. There's still like a bunch of sold calls there. Fewer than there were earlier, but some. No, it could move higher. Like up to 80 before that's a problem. Zagak. Zagakai? Is this pump driven by zero DTUs? Yeah, mostly. Still have about $10 more range, but there is resistance here. Like, pretty big resistance. We should all start manufacturing businesses. What can you guys make? I don't think there's a market for those. When's Popcorn's non-compete up? Years. We need to make furniture, bedding, lighting, signs, or prefabricated buildings. It's a $126.3 billion market. Or we need to make electrical machinery and equipment. Ooh, Letnick said he's got a trade deal pending. It's going to be like Guam or something. Greenland doesn't have any fucking exports. Hold on. I wonder how many Americans can point to Greenland on a map. What percentage do you guys think it is? Thank you for your honesty, Nuns with Guns. The map wouldn't be labeled, Stu. Do they need to be able to read the word Greenland to point to it? Oh shit, I didn't even think about the illiteracy factor. I guess you could label the map. Okay, so I have a question. Does anybody here live in Mexico? Foreign country? Okay, can you go on Google and tell me if it's called Gulf of America for you? It says both. What does that look like? Is it just like a like hyphen or like slash, like forward slash? I want to see this. Who's got more real estate on the Gulf of Mexico? Mexico or America? Yeah, not dollar wise. I read the motivation for changing the name was to allow for offshore drilling more easily due to the previous admin regulations. But there's no way a name change alters that, right? No, it doesn't. I mean, unless you're an idiot. New Mexico is now New America. Are they gonna change like San Antonio, Texas to just Anthony? Saint Anthony? Are we going to ban speaking Spanish? I thought he signed an executive order the other day that English was now the official language of the US. Canada and Mexico could just join us and become a super country. Come. All truckers must speak English? What? Why are bulls selling in the money pits here? Risky. Aren't they? Yeah, they're really... Well, a little bit at like 70. Yeah, I didn't see that executive order. I can't even make fun of this shit. It just does all the work for me. It's not fun. Europe apparently not engaging well with tariff talks. Good. Where's the MM want us to close? Probably back towards 30. It's not gonna happen, but... Well, probably not gonna happen. Last night's executive order was police militarization. Yeah, I saw that. Police state enabled. We can't have the stupidest people that we went to college with limited by the law in their ability to dispense justice. Yeah, I think they go to college. It's usually a requirement. Yeah, cops. Small towns do not. Hmm. I thought it was a requirement for most like police academies to have a bachelor's or associates or something. No. Hmm. I don't think you guys. I don't think you're right. I think I'm right. Yeah. There you go, Max. Maybe in New York City. I don't think there's any requirements to becoming an NYPD officer. Are you capable of standing on a corner and doing nothing all day? Hired. No. Do you look at black people suspiciously? Suspicious? What? Hired? You know, Rims and Tibbs. I'm gonna let it go. Do you think it's gonna test 5680 this week? I don't know. Jesus H. Christ, that was bad. Which one? NYPD only needs 120 college credits. Isn't that like an associate's? Depends on state trooper versus local cop. Also, the area matters. Hmm. It's way worse than I thought. That's pretty bad. Who would ever want to be a cop? People who were bullied? Former cops. You know, I knew a guy who was he was in like the LAPD, and I think he was like just in his early 40s, and he was like fully retired with bennies after making like 135,000 or 150,000 a year with overtime for 20 years. Also disability. This is why we have states going broke paying pensions. Well, you know, there's an alternative to that. They could just stop gambling with the pension money. I think it depends where you work. I don't know who that is. I have a cousin who is a UCSD campus cop who's 60. He's been retired for 25 years. It's a pretty sweet deal. What's up, Fast Banana? You coming back? How do they gamble with pension money? They put it in high risk assets and they get blown the fuck up like in 2008, 2020, last week. Because we don't put limits or constraints on our banks or investment funds. Zero DT SPX. Don't tell me New York City has the pension money in Bitcoin. Of course they do. I'm so back. Oh boy. Everybody saw the investor list from the FTX thing. Bruh, everybody was on that shit. Yep. I wasn't. So, just saying. I don't like him. He looks shady. I don't trust anybody with poofy hair who looks like they eat hot Cheetos. I feel attacked. Greg is a paragon of trading ethics and morality. I know, it's shocking. Why are you attacking me? Because it's fun. Does anyone of repute actually... Nobody should ever eat fucking hot Cheetos. Why is Bob Vance gray? Oh my god, you're down to 3.89 on Yelp? You need to start manufacturing your own refrigeration units in the US. Red 40 banned? Yeah, get wrecked. I love hot Cheetos. They're disgusting. Is it Trump time? When? It's 2:21. Trump's not speaking, is he? Oh, guys, it's okay. Trump called Amazon's Bezos a good guy. Do you guys ever notice that I change the way I pronounce Bezos every time? Red 40 isn't banned. None of that stuff is banned. RFK just went into a gentleman's agreement with all the food manufacturers, and they said, sure, we will do it. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Where's support on SPY to the downside? I don't fucking know. Let's look. 551. I will focus on the economy in my speech in Michigan tonight at 4:10 p.m. Eastern. If automakers can't get parts, we don't want to penalize them. I can't wait till they finally unveil the deal. It's gonna be Ukraine. You don't need to say Eastern. There's only one time zone that matters. I know, but I do because people think theirs are important. Are sold calls been a squeeze, or did they already squozen? The bigger sold call positions are up at like 55, 70, and 80. So no, they have not squozen, but much of the 70 sold calls were closed earlier. So this is fun. Oh, we're back below delta neutral. We're swinging calls? No, I have puts now. Traded your pickle spec to 55.67. Thank you for your write up. No problem, man. What happened to 5,600? What about it? What's above us? Stopped out of your put? No. No, I still have it. No, hold on. Trump said more shit. We're going to be reducing people's taxes. There's great support for a tax deal. I'll be talking to the PM of Australia about trade. I'm not at all worried about the auto industry. India's coming along great. I think we have a deal on tariffs. Trump ends remarks to reporters. And Senator Ted Cruz is convening a meeting of top AI CEOs to testify in front of the Senate. I don't know where the fuck he's talking. Doing the thing again? No. I don't think India or Pakistan are like strategic allies. We have some loose diplomatic alliances with them, but they're not strategic allies. GS 5550 is showing support here, correct? Yeah, it is. It is supportive. A little bit. So 60. Bull's loosening up. There's still bot calls to the upside. And still a big pile of bot calls at 50 in the money. So unless those close, I don't think we drop substantially. Hmm. Mm. Mm. What's up? Couldn't oil tank because Russia's back on the market? I mean, Russian crude sucks, but it would definitely impact impact oil markets. I don't think it's going to be that fast though. I mean, even if there were a deal, there would be probably quite an extended period of getting it into place before sanctions were loosened. I highly doubt there's a deal. Yeah, it doesn't seem like one. And I don't really think that, like, the rare earth mineral thing is viable. It very much seems like another instance where Trump is like, oh my god, look how great of a job I'm doing. And then nothing's actually happening. Hmm. 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 Still just choppy. We'll probably still, it depends. On the producer side of things, we're likely to feel shocks, the supply shock faster than on the consumer side. But, it's gonna depend heavily on, like, wage growth and how active the consumer is. It's the best way to play Zero DC. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to play them. Do you exit after 2 hours? Not necessarily. Sometimes. I mean, if it's just like something just trades flat for 2 hours, then yeah, probably before then. Hmm. VIX will spike at 3. Which is a 5 to 50, 545p earlier. I thought we were forming a head and shoulders. Now I've stuck myself in them once again. God damn it. Is there hope for down into end of day towards Trump's speech? You have 5-2? I mean, I don't think the chances for getting back below, well, I actually don't know what SPY's trading at, but I don't think the chances for getting back below like SPX 5550 are very good. It's trading at 555 and you have 545s? You're gonna need like data to be bad tomorrow or something. Mm. Furniture today, just trading MES. One contract at a time? Nice. Still have another hour. Uh, a little dumpy. But we gotta lose 60. And 50 is also support. So quite a lot of supports. $5,500, please. I said there was support at 60. They didn't say they were going to announce it before market close, but probably at Trump's speech after market close. And bad ID to go for puts for the incoming neutral or bearish news this week. Wait, what? When do short puts get blown up? Bad idea because of incoming deal news. Oh, okay. Um, probably good to have exposure to both potential outcomes. Given that puts are overpriced, I would say that I would probably be considering something more along the lines of like out of the money like put debit spreads with upside call positioning. Uh, wouldn't volume? Nobody wants to buy this piece of shit up here. ES volume's been decent. Well, it was decent earlier. It was pretty high. It's kind of dwindling now, a bit. 50 M's exciting news. Ooh, fuck, nice. Well done. Trump lets India off the hook, go back to 10%, say, based on some vague promise to buy more American oil, cars, whatever. Then I'd see it as bullish. Yeah, that makes sense. How important is GDP tomorrow? I think it's really important just because the estimates are so varied. Hmm. Yield's going down pushes bond prices up. Big whoosh if we lose 60 and 50. Five-minute SPX looks like it's breaking down from today's trend. No, not for a while. A loss of like 50, 53, 55.38 would be a breakdown. I mean, before tariffs, the 10-year from 3.8 to 4.6 Oh, yes. Yeah. Someone's definitely fucked on that end of the trade. The 10-year's still at 4-1. You seeing anything in options flows? There's still bot calls out of the money to the upside. Those honestly look fine. There's in the money bot calls that are supportive. 65 is a little bit of resistance, but I don't see anything like switching over to puts heavily or anything like that. Getting a few bot puts coming in at 60 here. A few at 50. Ooh, some of the 50 calls are taking profit. Or getting stopped on this test. Possible more of a collapse of the bullish positioning if we lose 60. Because it's an important level. $55.38 because that's where the trend line is. Ooh. Yeah. Bounce. Mm. Maybe some profit taking. Still need to lose 60. So, at a minimum. And 50 is also supportive. Closing below DN today would be interesting, but I don't think we're going to dump like $20. DN, GM lines, update live. They don't actually move all that much each day. But he would only be able to update them for his book. He wouldn't have any information on positions that he doesn't own. I've seen this in meme coins. Push up the price for the devs to get out. It's a new normal, guys. We need some YouTuber controversy to increase viewer count. How do I do that? I don't want to talk to that guy. It's an idiot. Slander the Jesus bot? The Jesus bot left. Thanks, man. Tweet that your cat has superpowers. I'm gonna start Gherkin, rug pull it, send you all the profits, and then blame it on you. Alright. Good luck with that. You think people will buy it? Start Jesus coin and blame it on Jesus. I like where your head's at. Some more puts getting bought to the downside. Calls at 70. Sold calls at 80. Bought puts 65, 60, 50. Or 60, 55, 50. Thickety wickety. No, I've never watched Last of Us. Oh, someone's buying my puts. What's up? Trump administration is working on modifications to a Biden-era rule that would limit most nations' access to U.S.-designed AI chips. Perfect. Nothing like having an administration in power that thinks that those chips are useful. How did they dump to not pay out 55.60 and above calls? There's almost an equivalent number of bought puts at 55.50. We'll see. A little bit contested. There's some put buying at 70 too. But 65 and 70 are still loaded with calls. So out of the money calls, out of the money puts. Yeah, that's because the minute there was any pressure on Trump whatsoever, he delayed tariffs 90 days. So Mag 7 can never have bad earnings because they can always just do $100 billion share buyback. Generally. Yeah. Yeah, they can hedge their negative earnings with that. To an extent. I mean, there is a tax now on share buybacks. There's nobody left to investigate accounting fraud. Also accurate. We're gonna get more negative 10% Mega Money jackpot days. Could be a little while. So he's been slamming the NVIDIA ADPs the last few days. Like 50k volume. Interesting. Yeah, Trump speaking on the economy at 410. Hmm. I don't know. I would say probably past 10 days. If we're going to see another spike in volatility, at least a significant one, I think it's going to be a little while, but definitely, I would say past the 10-day mark seems more likely. How do I get to see the trade win rate on my WeBull account? Oh, it should be it's under the hold on. You go to the account tab and it should all be in there. Probably stuck here. Yeah, makes sense. There's still a gap below us at 50 that we haven't filled. Which is kind of interesting. Positioning's not really moving around too much. Some of the upside calls are starting to fall off a bit, like at 70. But still plenty of calls at 65. Still bot puts at 60 and 55. A little bit of profit taking on the 55 and 60 calls as well. Again, not a ton, but some. 2 gaps. What was the other one? Just 1 gap. We've been consolidating since 2 o'clock. I don't know. It's fucking boring. Another at 48. Let's see what I'm looking at WeBull right now. Let's see what at 48. Just 50. 50, 50, 58 to 50, 67. Dude, that's crazy. Hmm. There's the 50 gap. So it's saying there's a gap on that candle on TV. I think that's just bad data. Probably unpaid WeBull data and bad data from TV. Apple's design for the 20th anniversary of iPhone is apparently so extraordinarily complex. Extraordinarily complex, it must be made in China. Jesus Christ. It's okay. I'm sure Apple will be able to bypass tariffs. What is this? Chop. I'm not going anywhere, Brian. Sitting here for data tomorrow? Maybe. I feel like Trump could fuck that up, though. That's a little dangerous. Yeah, he signed 3 executive orders to reduce auto tariffs, which we already pumped on. Despite no U.S. auto manufacturers being able to meet the necessary requirements. I guess that's more of an argument for another day. So the 10-3 can't really unadvert unless Bastant stops YCC. I mean, Basant can't continue YCC technically until the debt ceiling's raised. So, tricky. We lost 60. It only took 3 weeks. Slowly but surely. Still 17 minutes left. I guess we can fall back. Seems kind of shitty though. Gross. Hmm. Hmm. What a week. Has anything really crazy happened? Huh. This was a terrible day. It wasn't that bad. It's just the last 2 hours. The last 2 hours have fucking sucked. Mm. Just gonna close at 6. Just a delta neutral. Slightly above or below delta neutral. There's some 70 bot calls, but we took profits on the test. There's not a whole lot of them. 66 ultra bullish, 64 omega bearish. This is fucking lame. Come on, bulls, what? They don't have any upside positioning. That was your bullish breakout. I hope you made money on it. We've got 5 minutes. How fucking far do you think we're gonna go? I made $200. 5,000. Ooh, I'm gonna sell some condors. Oh, nice. It'd be neat if we filled the gap, but it seems unlikely. Did you get 25% of your port? Hopefully Trump and GDP both align in the same direction. I'm sure Trump already knows the GDP numbers. Will it be spicy? Only if they hike. Which they've said they don't intend to do. Usually they don't lie about it. I'm confused. Is it 25% or 0.25%? Why didn't you teach me futures sooner? Why didn't I sell more butterflies at 65? Better not get rejected, you bitch. It got rejected. Wait, hold on, there's still time. 4 seconds. Ding ding. Alright. Let's see where that puts us for the day. So we moved up to delta neutral and then fucking stalled out, closing about 40, 46 points below the market maker's expected move. Managed to hold on to gamma neutral throughout the entirety of the day, though. Obviously, some neutral positioning coming in for tomorrow's GDP print, so I would expect futures to probably be fairly flat overnight, although they did move up above the local CTA trigger at 55.65, and kind of filled the gap from back here to the upside today. So, I would say that we're probably going to get more systematic buyers, provided this holds through Trump's speech in 8 minutes and GDP tomorrow morning. Yields continue to decline, with the exception of the 3-month, which looks like it ticked up a tiny bit. Although those did start to turn around into the end of the day. The drop off in yields has been pretty consistent since like the 23rd, with a couple spikes here and there, but nothing much. Commodities down, a little drop in gold on the rising dollar with some bullish tariff news. Silver down also. Oil down 2.87%. So the biggest hit coming into on oil. Actually, I think how did nat gas do? Yeah, nat gas actually did pretty well today. Moved up 80 points. Correlation's still declining, but it's starting to get a little choppier. This is probably about as low as it's going to go until we start getting some more significant tech earnings coming in, which we will be getting. Let's see, what days are those going to be on? Tonight we have Booking, Visa, Snap, but I don't think Snap matters that much. Probably Booking and Visa are going to be the most important ones tonight. Tomorrow in the pre-market, we have ADP, Caterpillar. Caterpillar could be important, and Humana. But then tomorrow night, Microsoft Meta. So that'll be a very big deal, at least as far as the dispersion trades concerns. And then Amazon Apple on Thursday evening. So I would say that we could see maybe a little bit more push into dispersion tomorrow, provided GDP data doesn't upset volatility in any way. Starbucks is a significant tech earning. Carry trades stayed down a little bit on the day, but mostly flat. Forward yield on volatility continued to decline. The 10-2-year spread continued to move up. I kind of can't have one without the other here, but bond volatility at 110, so that's still picking up, although today probably didn't do too much alongside dropping correlation. A little bit of out of money put demand yesterday, but I would imagine that skew is going to probably continue to move up. 1.2, so not a very significant drop in VIX. Correlations remaining fairly high, so still no breakdown there. And cash VIX still in backwardation, as well as VIX 3-month. The surge in breadth is kind of petered out. I think today is kind of the same story. Maybe a slight improvement, but we're getting very close to like the 80% range, where about 80% of the S&P is above its 20-day moving average, which is getting slightly more bullish, but also could be near a top for mean reversion. Fed fund futures moved up a little bit, but still about 2 rate cuts into September. The bear steepener was flat. Out here on the technical side, we did fill the local upside gap. Well, actually, no, we didn't. Hold on, this closed at 56.70. No, so this gap thing is wrong. The upside gap actually closes at 56.70, so we started to fill the gap. We have quite a ways to go. Let me put like a line there so we know where it is. Do yellow? Orange. Let's do orange. Today's high. Alright, so that's our upside gap there. That's terrible. Let me do... So we still have to fill the rest of that. We did push up off of the EMA 30 today without retesting it. So the next upside target is 56.11 at the EMA or the MA 50. And then above the MA 50, the gap fill, the rest of the gap fill, then probably 56.96. And 57.73 or the 200 MA could be moderately important there as well. But both of those are all three of those are kind of in a very narrow range. That's the November low, the August, or the November low, the Jan low, and the 200 MA. And those are all within like $100 of each other. So this whole range, very important. But we'll just focus on this first. Any rejection here or rejection off the 50 MA, you can see a pullback to the 30. Failure of the 30, maybe another downside move. So far, this recovery is starting to slow down. We had 3 days where we had fairly significant upside moves, but this week, Friday and the rest of the start of this week have been fairly slow in gaining ground to the upside, which means we may be getting closer to some kind of pullback and repositioning. Volume's definitely been falling off a bit, so we'll see how GDP goes tomorrow. But those are the upside tests that I would watch, and then the EMA 30 to the downside and then 5402 to the downside are both very important levels. I think that's about it for the day. So if you guys are gonna watch Trump's speech, it should be starting now. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Catch you later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me.